What is going on, crypto enthusiasts? Happy Wednesday. Happy start to a new month. Right? Today's the first new month. A little bit different today. Typically don't stream on Wednesdays. There's usually rest days, but just considering where we are in the middle of the week with a new month, I think it makes more sense for us to dive into some charts. So we're going to be looking at ETH, looking at BTC, looking at USDT. Any questions that you guys may have, always feel free to post them inside of the chat section. I'll be engaging with you guys and vibing with you guys all together. Let's take a look at ETH, what we got going on for ETH. Some of the things that I'm looking at right now. I'm going to go to a 30-minute, and what I like to typically look at is look at previous sessions. We swept yesterday's Asia high. We did not sweep Asia's low. Obviously, we swept London's high. It was a small little range, and so now we're creating this new range. We've actually tapped into a previous Asia session, which was back on the 29th, just about 2 days ago. So we've already currently swept that area. Targets that I have for me, I'm really looking at this 1670 area. This really derives from the 4-hour setup that I have for this bat pattern. Coupled with that, something I was sharing inside of the VIP section is, you know, when we have these massive waves down to the downside, including this little move right over here, typically we're going to move sideways for a little bit before we see any type of impulse. So for me, the way that I was positioning myself as of last week going into now is, you know, dips, in my opinion, I feel like these dips are looking for areas to start buying. This could be a short-term run, meaning we get to 1670 and then we collapse all the way back down to 1500 and maybe even sub 1500. Typically because the monthly is now on a 9 from a TD9 sequential perspective. So there's reasoning and probability, is a better way of putting it, for price action to come back down to the lower levels. But going back into from a wave count perspective, you know, I can see the fifth wave sitting right over here inside of this area. And so we kind of move sideways. You can see the ABC that's here. You can even constitute this as, you know, a 1, and then we have a 2 that sits right over here. So if this 2 was complete and it's accurate, this sideways movement warrants the thesis behind Elliott waves. You know, after you have some type of major wave, if you will, you're going to see some sideways action first, and then you're going to see your impulse. The long positions were established literally all of last week, right? We were looking at 1520, 1570, all those areas. We did hit some of our initial TPs, which was right around 1607. And then the next TP is going to be 1670. That's going to be the real area, the real test, in my opinion, that I feel like we need to get to before we can make an assessment saying, okay, we're going to go down lower. So in short, there's more liquidity to collect to the upside than there is to the downside. Hoping you guys all had a great start to your week. Let me open up this chat. What's up, Kimberly? Good morning, good morning, good morning. I saw your BTC setup. I'll look at BTC here in just a moment, and we'll start assessing that together. Some of the coins that I'm going to be looking at that came up on the scanner, Orca is one of them. Now, Orca came up for a long on a 1 hour, 4 hour, 5 minute, 15 minute, but there's a level. Yeah, it's right over here. This is the level that I'm most interested in, mainly because we have all this space inside here, and then we have all this space inside here. And then if I actually zoom in on this candle right over here, this area, actually we can look at it on a 4 hour. I believe it was on a 4 hour or 1 hour. Let me back up. Where did I place you? Maybe you were on a 30 minute. Yeah, it's this area right over here. There's very thin liquidity that sits over here inside this area. Right, we can see right here there's a little bit of a shaved bottom that's here. So I feel like we will come back to that. That's going to be one of the unique alts that I'm looking at going into this challenge. Clo was another one that we were trading heavily, but we can see that it's still moving sideways. So I'll look to get back into Clo. I like Clo because it's a fast mover. So it pays. That's the best way of putting it. It pays. Some other coins that we're going to be looking at. I have BCH. That's from the last stream. Zora. I've already cut Zora. Yeah, see, Zora's already come back down lower, so I'm glad that I did cut it when I did cut it. Zora is actually at all-time lows, so it's a risky play altogether if you got in on that. So I'll be looking for a retest to some degree, see if it holds a retest in any way, shape, or form. If I do decide to get into that one, River's. I want to see River right around like 2.6. The way that I viewed this as a pennant, and then we had a breakout. So I don't feel like this has gone its full extent yet. I could be wrong on that because we have a little bit of curvature that's occurring right here, right? And so that starts to create what's called a scallop bottom. So we don't have confirmation on that one just yet. So just waiting on River. Waiting on the River. Beat's another one that looks great. Man, there's so many different ways you can look at this. 1 and then 2, and then this is an impulse. So I don't know where this is going to go, but I'm definitely going to be looking to get back into Beat at some point. As a matter of fact, I'm going to set an alarm right over here inside this zone, seeing if it wants to test the high. That's right around 1.940 if anybody wants to set their alarms for that. But I'm going to go back over to ETH real quick. This is the 9 that I'm referring to. That's an impulse that's developing. All right, so we might get this, 1670 area and then comes all the way back down. 1, 2, 3, 4. To change the setup phase on this, it would have to come all the way up to roughly like 2103. I don't see that happening. Not just yet. Not just yet. Not unless we can come down first. So longs, while they do make sense, they're still going to be on the higher risk aspect of things. And they're going to make you feel a little bit uncomfortable. And we can look at ETH here on the weekly. Since we're in a new month, right in the middle of the new week, we're still printing an 8, from a weekly perspective. So think about it like this, from a TD9 sequential and on a weekly and a monthly perspective. Weekly is printing an 8 here now. That 8 is currently higher than the 7. It's actually higher than the 4. The 4 was the 1503 was the 4 for the weekly. So there's reasoning to come back down to that level to sweep that area. Monthly, we're printing a 9. The 8 was the lowest thus so far. Although the monthly does have better data that sits inside that area, it still warrants why we would come back and revisit those areas and have potential sweeps. So if you are positioning yourself, from long perspective, I wouldn't get too married to it. That's at least the way that I'm looking at it. I've already taken some TPs off of mine and de-risked a good portion of it as of right now. And as the start of today, once we saw that New York pump, I started de-risking. I was like, okay, there's still potential that we can come back down to this area. Why? Because most people are going to start aping into longs inside this zone. And we all know how Moneyman works. Moneyman is going to see that as an opportunity and then push the price right back down. So if you're not long, waiting, patience is a position. Patience is a position. So you can wait for that to come down to you. Once we get into those areas, we are finding a bottom. That part I do stand on. We are finding a bottom from a higher time frame perspective in macro. And when we just look at some of the tools that we're utilizing, although these are lagging indicators, meaning the move is going to occur first, we're getting into some historical lows from a cipher wave perspective. right? Once we get to this zone, this -60, this is really the oversold level area. And we can see every time that we've come to these areas, we've had some type of impulse, right? Anytime we get to these areas, we've had some form of an impulse. Impulse, didn't make a new low, impulse continued. Started coming back down, impulse, boom, up. Right over here, we had divergence. Then we had an impulse, moved up. And still, this is still not a 9. It's not this one. It's on the monthly. Forget that part. All I'm saying here is, you know, once we get into these historical lows from an oversold, we have an impulse. Got to this level, impulse. That actually took us to an all-time high. We had we did test this historical low, and while it was a short-lived impulse, nevertheless, it was an impulse. So that's just kind of what I'm alluding to, is that we're touching into some of those historical lows from a cipher wave perspective. Let's take a look at that on monthly. Yeah, see, monthly's never ever gone to a 60 historical wise. I think the low it's ever gotten to is roughly around like 35, 30s. And we are in those same areas currently right now. You can look at where inception began, and this is back in 2019. We sat right around like -35. The move that took us to new all-time highs, like this move right over here where it began over here, right? This is not the all-time high that I'm referring to. I'm just saying that it began inside of this area right over here where we had that 9 failure, came back down, and then we went into an all-time high. Now we're in those same areas again, right? We're in that -35, 37. So this is, I'm sharing all this is because this is the reason why we are finding that bottom. We're getting really, really close to it. And so I think swings are going to start entering into the system. Let's look at USDT real quick. Kind of share with you what I have for USDT. USDT, you know, just like what I was explaining before, you know, once we have that fifth wave that starts occurring, we start to see sideways movement. And so USDT is mirrored to what ETH is doing, but on the opposite ends of the bias, meaning it pumped, but now we're moving sideways. So while we may see accumulation for ETH, we're seeing distribution for USDT. So USDT is doing its thing right now. This is viewed from a 4-hour. You can see it on a daily as well here too. It's printing 1. Let's go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to flirt with this area. Basically, this green box that you see right here, it's going to flirt with this area for some time. Until we actually get a good push down, it's going to flirt with it. So I'll take a look at BTC. I know that was a request. Kimberly, what time frame did you have that BTC on? Oh, you're looking at 5 minutes, so you're looking at subwaves. Okay. Orca. All right. Hang on, my coffee's brewing. Let me get my coffee real quick. Be right back. All right, so we're looking at BTC. I use a mixture of both of log and scale. As of lately, I've been predominantly using scale in some of my assessments, but when I go to like a higher time frame, like weekly in particular, I'll usually set this to log. But like when I'm trying to zoom out and things like that, then I'll start using scale. So it's a mixture of both. Let's go to BTC. There was a question about that. I remember we were talking about a potential flag on there. It got a little funky. Let me see what you were looking at. You're looking on a 5 minute though, right? Okay. Let's take the sessions off just so we have a little bit less noise. All right. I'm gonna quiet the smart candles real quick just so I can get a better read on the heat. All right, so you're running hot. So we got a sweep here. So I see what you're looking at. Maybe going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then 3, but I don't think that 3 would have been finished. I don't even think that was an actual full 2, to be quite honest with you. I think maybe all this is setting up for a 1. Let's go with a 2 first, just so we know where we land it. I can go from swing bottom, swing high. Flip that over because I know it's upside down. We're going to take away the 0.32, 0.5. Where's the 618? Yeah, so you went to a 618. I mean, it still can fall under wave 2. You actually went a little bit lower. Let me guess. You went to 702. Bet you $5 this thing went to 702. Right on the nose. So you're at a 702. Which still falls into, and just a little tidbit, you know, there are some unique fib levels that really don't fall under the Fibonacci sequence. Just using the mathematics of it, one thing that I've noticed just in my experience trading crypto is that 702 and 666 are typically where I can find wicks that go to. So if you ever want to add that to your template for your fib levels, it'll give you another level for you to start managing. All right, so then let's look at a 3. What a 3 would be here, if it even makes sense that there was a 3 here. Yeah, 1.618 starts here. I'll brighten that because I can barely see it myself. So we're going to make that larger. And we're going to turn that white. No, where's 2.618? Let's turn that white too. Yeah, because there's buy side liquidity that sits over here. So in my opinion, I think that we would have like decision making would be somewhere right around here. 61,483. Because even the math lines up with it perfectly. Are you a wave B? Hold on. Where did you come from? So you're a Navarro setup. I can see you. Oh no, you're not. You're just going to be a confirmation level to hold. Okay. All right. So if I go to a 5 minute, then. All right. So right now, all we're doing is, you know, this entire slide that we had down. So right now, this is empty space. We're filling it right here. So we have the remainder of this area. I know the lines are ugly. We have this area, which lines up with the TPs. And then we still have this area right over here to fill, which would put us right around here. If it decides to go to a 2.618 level, and obviously looking at a lower time frame, then it's filling in all this and filling in all of that. That would fill in a lot there. And then we still have all of this over here that it would need to fill. But from a wave perspective, that's how I would view that. On a lower time frame, which most likely this would probably turn into on a higher time frame. This would probably turn into a 1. There's your 1. You come right back down for a 2, maybe somewhere around here. Sweep this area because you have a little bit of space inside here. So get into this zone right here, and then you'll get your 3, 4, and then your 5. So subwave wise, this would be a minor. I'll adjust the degree here in a second. You get the idea. 1, 2, 3, maybe a 4 comes down to maybe like right around here, and then you'll probably get like somewhere like a 5 around here. That's if it's a smaller wave, right? Like this is still on the table, but let's just play devil's advocate and make the assumption there. Then this move becomes, this is your sub wave inside of your larger wave. If I can actually find it, there it is. So then it becomes 1, then you'll get your 2, and then you'll get your big fat impulse that's over there. It invalidates if the move down sweeps this area and comes down to here, then it invalidates. I'll throw this inside the server just so you have it. So it's just good for memory. I don't know where this 4 is. I did not measure the 4. I'm just kind of replying back to what you're looking at. Let me go ahead and reply. There it is. It's running hot right now. So quick little note, here on the streams, you guys can see that I've done a little bit of decoration, for lack of better terminology. I've updated some of what our overlay looks like. On the bottom right of your screen where you see Ethereum, you see that price ticker, that is going to change over time. And what I mean by that is it's going to show us London, it's going to show us Asia opens, but it's also going to be picking up coins from the scanner. And so it's going to give me alerts when there's a new coin that's on there. So it's easy for us to reference to, saying, okay, well, this popped up on our scanner, whether it be a grade B, a grade C, or a grade A, it's just going to pop up on there. So that way we can know when we get a notification, we can just go right over to those charts. So it's just another tool for us, keeping everything in one ecosystem while we're on this stream. We can still view multiple coins that are out there without actually having to flip through the charts or actually go to TradingView's scanner. I want to take a look at the liquidity real quick. So that's kind of going to point towards what I'm looking at. I'll just use Binance because it's right there. It's fast. It's easy. Yeah, see, that was my concern. Like everyone that aped in on these areas. This is daily. This is just for today. That's my shortest. 1606, 1625. Where's 1670? Let's just call it that, 1664. So there's 128 million that sits there. Lower leverage that are sitting in shorts in that zone. There's much more to the downside over here. Yeah. Now there's a little bit more on the weekly though. If we look at higher data, so we got that 1609s, then 1620, 1643. Are we in the billions yet over here? No, 380 at 1526. 564 at 1505. So 516 million from a weekly perspective. Push them out, sweep that area wherever it may be. A small little gap, maybe that would be insane if it went to 1724. Right, because I have a gap right here, so then I'm going to see some turbulence. Then I'll see a gap right over here, which is, what is that, 1644, and then maybe a squeeze into here just to fill in this gap. Right from here, 1645 down to 1671. What is 1640? Oh, this weekly high, so that makes sense. So sweeping that, okay. So yeah, so I like that idea more because I have a weekly high that sits right at the 1640 benchmark. 1670 would sweep those individuals that were shorting from the weekly open, who got maybe a little bit too comfortable with their position, and they're going to see a squeeze into this zone. 1718, why are you on my chart? Where do you derive from? Oh, you're a residue. Okay, I don't need you. Maybe even get a small little subwave out of this too. We'll go to a 1 hour on that. Yeah, very thin liquidity right here. I think you actually have a shaved bottom that sits here. Open 1569. No, there's liquidity, but it's pretty thin there. It's pretty thin there. And TP's sit right over here in these areas. So TP1 is obviously already hit. TP1 was already hit several times. That's what I was alluding to earlier. And then we have another TP that sits over here, which is weekly high. And then 1660, which we're looking at CoinGlass, there's that liquidity right over here. There's that pocket. I think it was on the daily, 1664. Where are you? 1645. Oh, so a small little pocket right there, so 1670, yeah. And then we'll come back down. Let's take that liquidity and then let's talk about coming back down after that. That's how I would run it. The upper levels, yeah. I might hedge, open a hedge for ETH at 1670. I mean, it's a makes sense in my opinion. Yeah, that looks like a trap. What is that on? That's on a 3 minute. That looks like they're trapping them. Let's take off these sessions. What's a previous session? I mean, this is the real session that it really wants to sweep. That would be fan-freaking-tastic. Let's go ahead and throw in some heat on here. Why are you not on? Oh, I have smart candles on. Derp, derp, derp. All right, so we're running pretty hot there. That's on a 3 minute, but this looked like it just trapped them. We got a 9. Oh, you got an 8 here on a 3 minute. Okay, let's go to a 15 minute. All right. I'll stay on a 3 minute just so we can see faster candles moving all together. Oh man, look at that on the 3 minute. 1564. Yeah. Let's see if it can give us a push. Sorry about that. I put the chart so it's a little bit more visible for you guys. Oh, you got a vertical run up. Let's measure the vertical run up, because that will be quite impressive if you're opening up that way. Damn, you went straight to the 0.5. Three, and then a complex 4. You're a complex 4. If you sweep that, then your 4 is done, and then you're going into 5. Very similar to BTC. This is a lower time frame. It's a little bit lower in time frame. Yeah, see that? I don't even think that 3 is done. So I don't even think that 3 is done. Let's. And I never fixed the degree on this. Let me fix that. There, that's fixed. So then where's your 3 gonna come from? 1634 where there's liquidity, and 1685. So let's look at, just visualize that like impulse wise. All right, 2 is pretty big, you know, just lower time frame, like just the distance, that's pretty large. So this doesn't make any sense for a 3. Yeah, maybe we can get over here. There's liquidity, we just went over that. I can see that. That makes more sense. Or I can get here, and then I'll get my 4, and then I'll get my 5 somewhere like right around here. I want to do a 5 real quick. Actually, you know what? I'll do an extension, because I'll probably get an extension level from that. So how do I get here? That's how you get there, Saint. I want to go with a 1.272. I want to try to get this 1.272 to line up with this 2.618. So this kind of gives me an idea of, whoops, where I'm going to retrace to. You get the idea. I think $1 off. So then that would put me here. So what's a 4 gonna be? A 0.5 area. Okay. I can't really see that. Let's go with the yellow. All right, let's move this over. I'll throw a fib zone on there here in a second, so I can just kind of get a time frame as far as what my time frame would look like. I do want to throw this on real quick. That's lower time frame. Let's reduce some noise and let's just get the minimals. Okay. I don't believe any pattern printed from here. I think that's still developing. Yeah, that's still developing. I don't trust that. I rarely rotate patterns on a lower time frame anyways. I'll come back to this one on a higher time frame. Because we still have the bat on the 4 hour. So I don't think looking for a short-term pattern here kind of makes sense. But if I can get to these levels, and that puts me right inside this zone, right in between here, these two levels, 1626 down to 1616. And that's only if this is going to be relatively sharp. What was this? This was my flag. So, how did I measure that? That's my train of thought. Okay. From that swing point. Okay. So that's my continuation. That puts me at weekly high. So that would be a good TP on the long, just to take some profits. Let's look at ADX real quick. Well, let's go to ADX on 4 hour. I put a cheat sheet for you guys. Oh yeah, yeah, there's a move coming. There is definitely a move coming. It's undeveloped right now, so there is a move coming. So let's go back to that 3 minutes to that subwave. So that would give me continuation if that was the case. Man, that's a short little one. That's a high and tight. So then you give me continuation. People are going to try to short the continuation. Maybe you have a small little pullback from here. That does put us at the 1.618 area, so that's something that has to be observed. Excuse me, on lower time frame. This is my VRU. I didn't even measure 2 because we really didn't measure 2. We saw the same thing on BTC, so I don't really need the 2. I'm pretty sure it came to like 618 levels or 702. Excuse me, it went to a 702, which is relatively sharp. And so this warrants a flat level. Maybe this turns into a 0.382 and then we get that. But I would have to reduce U. continuation, 4, and then a 5. Let's make sure I have this. Let's bring this down. So 1.3, and then I'm just going to add another fib level here for good measure. Ignore me on that part. This needs to be here. 1.272 is right at 1670. Maybe you don't get all the way to extension saint. Maybe that's where you get at best. So essentially this would become my PRZ zone. A, B, C, D. It's kind of funky. What? What was that? Let's zone it out real quick. The zone occurred shorter. Actually, you know what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of it that way, and I'm going to measure it this way. I think I get a better read. That way, yeah, I do. Okay. Compression, 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 compression. Wider, 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 wider. Okay, 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 okay. Let's see if I do it that way versus this way. Fib zone wise, I can kind of get over here. I don't need the 1.618. I don't need that, and I don't need that. We'll just go, no, I can't see that. Let's go with red. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can dig it. I like it. I mean, you can run this two ways, really. Like if you're open for burns. Like if you have no problem burning a position and going back in. This is a low time frame, so I'm gonna throw this inside of the chat so we have it. No signals have been given yet so far. We're waiting. If you're inside VIP, then you are already inside of a long. So no positions open during this challenge, at least during this stream. If you're inside VIP, as I mentioned, then you're already positioned. There's something I was mentioning yesterday, where I was longing. Let's go to server. Let's put this in here. But these will be my shorts. I can do it after the stream, sure. Yeah, believe me, I'm never quiet inside the server. Anybody that's inside VIP with me knows that. I'm a talker. So I cover a lot of stuff in there. But yeah, I see your DM in. I'll add you to it here in a few. I'll run through the stream, get something to eat, and then I'll add you. You know, in the next like 5 hours or so, if you don't see that you have access, just nudge me. I may have gotten distracted and my ADD took over. Yeah, they were trapping. Yeah, see, they trapped on that. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Trapping captains. Trapping captains. Let's look at previous sessions. What is it trying to sweep right now if it hasn't already swept? Yeah, so we're targeting weekly high. We're going to target that weekly high. So high and tight bull flag. That's what this was right here, because you can see the trap. They locked in shorts, and now they're squeezing. Now, keep in mind, right over here, I did that wrong. This little area right here, there's very thin liquidity that sits right there. So very well could be a trapping season for shorts. I'd just be careful on the shorts. I'd wait till I get to the respective fib levels and then make an assessment, because I could be wrong, right? Saying, what if it doesn't go here and decides to go here for a 3? BTC, same thing. BTC is a little bit cleaner. Let's look at USDT. This will actually kind of help us. Yeah, USDT kind of coming down a little bit. So I want to see USDT lose this line. This is an intention level. That's what I'm looking at. So if it wants to continue to hold this area, if it decides to hold this line right over here, then I would expect USDT to kind of stay inside this area and continue to build. It may push into that, or it may come down. Let's look at, we're on daily. Let's look at just a loss of strength, loss of momentum on DMI perspective. Got a nice sell down for USDT there. Market pressure is still showing bullish, so it's not necessarily a conflict, but we can see the curvature on it. Wow, if I could actually grab that tool, that'd be fantastic. There we go. You can see that it's now starting to curve, which coincides with the ADX that's curving, coincides with the money flow and RSI that's curving. And we can see same thing, it's just repetitive in that sense. RSI that's starting to curve down as well too. Impulse brewing on that. I'm gonna go to a higher time frame here. Actually, let's save our work before I do any of that. And are you the trend line? What trend line are you? I don't know what you are. What fib level are you? Okay, so it's from you up. All right, now let's come back over to that 30 real quick. All right. I mean, I do have pivot points here, but I think this is the same thing I'm mapping. Actually, let's... No, I'll keep it fresh. I'll do a fresh one just from a slightly higher time frame, still lower time frame. How did I map? Where did my 3 go here? You're at 1685 because I mapped you from wider. Yeah, let's go a little bit. I did not mean to do that. I meant to get rid of you. So be maybe too tall. Let's try that. That would be short term. That'd bring me to another wave B, and then decision making right over here. So this is going to be a pretty important area that it needs to hold. 1609. Psychological 1600s. It's going to hold the 1600s. Let's go wider. Let's go to a 4 hour. Nice bullish engulfing on a 4 hour. Patterns follow patterns. So yeah, I don't have it's a big fat maybe. It's a big fat maybe. I don't trust this C. But if I go any higher, I can't get a B out of that. I can't get a B out of that. What if I went the other way? I can get a B that way. I can get a C that way, and I can get a D that way. Yeah, you know what? I actually kind of like that. I'm going to change the color of that so I can see it a little bit easier. I know what the heck I'm looking at. Oh, yeah. That'll be a nice... Oh, yeah, you get a nice shark out of that. That's if I don't go the distance. I might be giving ETH some discredit if it goes there. Let's go wider. I don't need this stuff. This is residue. It's residue. This is much larger. Yeah, that's much larger. So you're definitely my pivot. I think the question would be is, are you my pivot? Because that's too high. That's too short. So you're my initial pivot. Let's scoot you over. Maybe you're over here. Ooh, then that puts me out further. No. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, that's still right. That's a little bit more might make sense because that's her pivot. I mean, just get a standard Gartley like that. Don't be so ambitious, Saint. But yeah, see, if I go there, it doesn't make any sense for that. It only makes sense if then I have to reduce this. Boy, I can't wait till we get back to that level. I'm gonna do a backflip. I'm gonna twerk live on stream. That's a joke. This is a joke. I'm not really gonna do that. But that's how excited I'll be. What do all these crypto Twitter influencers say? I'm shaking. Look where it's at. I'm literally shaking. It's one of the dumbest statements I've ever heard. Yeah, this is small, but man, this could be mighty. This little bugger right here could be mighty. Remember, when we're utilizing harmonics, you're utilizing harmonics because of reversal patterns. All right, main thing is reversal to the trend. That could be long term, that could be short term. If this bat pattern, you know, pans out and goes the distance, then we default to the higher setup, or at least higher patterns, if you will, and that's going to be the wave count. So while we may see a short-term stalling out at 1670, you know, if we hold 1609, 1599 inside that area, the psychological 1600 level, then we gonna pump. Actually, as a matter of fact, if we go over to the weekly, sorry if I'm blinding you on this. Yes, we do have a potential 9 failure that's developing here, so I'm not taking that out of the equation. But let's go 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is something I was mapping inside of VIP, I think on Saturday. I think it was Saturday. But like, this is a key level, right? 1670, 1690 from a TD9 sequential area. If we can get to this zone, let's say price does, actually I need to turn this black because I won't be able to see it. There you go. Right, price will come and try to change the setup phase here. We got an 8 here, and so again, this is on a weekly. So your best case scenario is getting to this level. If it holds above this level, then you know the higher targets that we were discussing before come to fruition. So let's play devil's advocate here. Let's say the price does get to this level. Why does it keep doing that, bro? I need to make a setting for that. If it does get to that level, then that puts me on the next week. Then it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then it's holding. It's still the same area. It needs to hold right above. This will probably be easier. It would need to hold that body. It would need to hold that body. No, do that wrong. Let's just say, okay, say we get to this level right over here. Okay, maybe you get some short-term shorts that come in here. You're still inside of an 8, so it does warrant a short. But if I don't start coming and collapsing down, and I hold this area, you know, for the remainder of the week, 1609, 1599, the next week is going to open. Then all next week needs to do is just reclaim this zone right over here, and then we're going to be inside of a 1. So maybe you'll still have your 8 here, but the next week will open, and then you'll get your 1 right here. So while I'm going to develop a short in the 1670s, 1690s, you know, that I was showing and sharing with you guys over here, yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm going to take this one off. I'm going to take that short off. Me no likey. I like this zone better. And that makes me a little bit more confident in mapping out for a 5th wave right over here. And let's stretch this out a little bit. Let's get into here. I like that a little bit more. Front ran the 1.618 a little bit by like what, $3? Wow. So maybe we do come back down, get our 4, and then we'll get our 5. 1 was pretty big. Oh, but see, then, damn, you would need to literally... So then you telling me that 3's not done. Yeah, 3's not done. I don't think 3 is done. I don't think 3 is done. Yeah, so those are the levels that we should be looking at. That this actually gives you confluence saying, okay, well, 1690, 1670, those areas are definitely going to be tested. I'm going to be looking for shorts at those levels. I'm just going to wait. And then we look at BTC, what's going on with BTC, you know, similar areas. We never measured a 5 on that. Let's just take a look and see what we can get on a 5. Let's just make the assumption it goes there. Huh. So this would most likely be a scalp. If I'm going to short a wave into a wave 4. I don't know what the characteristic of wave 4 is going to look like. I don't know if it's going to be complex or if it's going to be a relatively flat or if it's going to be sharp. I don't know that. We can measure that out once we get wave 3, and then we get our wave A, and then wave B, and then we can see where our wave C is going to go. So we'll measure out a subwave that'll be inside of here. You know, wherever that's going to be, we'll measure that out. I think your stronger shorts are going to come from these areas. That's still on the table. But even though you may get a good short that sits right over here, you know, you don't need to see this thing literally come and collapse way down here. But I would be looking for a scalp, maybe an even intraday, just depending on how it develops, because this is a 5-minute, right? So it's most like it's going to be a scalp. I take that back. That's bad information. It would be a scalp. And then you develop your intraday or swing from these levels. Dude, I think I can find a falling 3 on that. Oh no, maybe on an 8-minute? Not falling 3, rising 3, excuse me. No, I'm all off the mark today. People want lower, and they're gonna ape into shorts. They're gonna ape into shorts. Don't shake it more than 3 times? What? If not, you're playing with it? Bro, I've been watching all these Yellowstone. You know, I've always seen previews for Yellowstone, and I never got into it. I was just like, it's probably not for me. And then I just so happened to get into it. And man, all these cowboy colloquialisms, they are funny as F. They're talking about that guy Jimmy trying to ride a don't shake. Oh, the damn influencers. Oh, okay. Yeah, don't shake it more than 3 times. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Yellowstone is pretty good. I think I'm only in season 2 right now. I think Jimmy was riding trying to ride one of the horses, or he's doing something, and the old man was like, what did he say? He says it's like watching a monkey trying to hump a football. I have no idea what that means, but it's funny. Best believe I'm gonna be using some of them comments. As a matter of fact, y'all might see me with a cowboy hat in one of my streams. So let me post this inside. Yeah, Liquidity attempts a max love short at 1685 when it comes to revenge trading. Make back losses. Oh gosh. Ay, Dios mío. How do you get liquidated? I don't know, guys. I mean, I was saying this just the other day, my last stream, and actually even the video content that I gave just the other day. It was like, I have no interest in shorting this area. I didn't have any interest of it. Just the risk reward just doesn't make any sense. It's too hard of a fight. And even if it goes down, then it's one of those like, I'll just miss it. But if you recall from the site, when I shared this last week, I think it was Friday's call. As a matter of fact, I'll pull it up right now. I think it was Fridays. No, it wasn't Fridays. I think it was Wednesday's call. Wednesday's briefing. Yeah, Wednesday's briefing was best setup is a conditional reclaim long, trade long, entry 1571 after reclaim and retest, stop loss 1544, TP1 1670, TP2 1778, TP3 1848. This was a call given on the 26th. So some guys are still holding on to that, right? But we actually never came to those levels. Let's go to 26. Sure, there was a small little tap into 1544. If you had a tight stop loss, then you got out of it. But if you read the information, you were looking for a close underneath. That's what you were looking for. You're looking for a close underneath. You had an opportunity to re-enter at 1570. 1570 is becoming a what's the word I'm looking for? An intent level, right? What's the intent? You know, so they're holding all of that. That's why shorting never made any sense to me inside that area. You know, after you have a massive downslide like this and then you start moving sideways, you want to do the opposite of what the trend was giving you, right? So you want to start building into your longs. That's how I treat it. That's how I view it. And then once your long is developed, then let it breathe. I think a lot of traders run into the issue of TPing too early or getting out, and then it continues to run, or they de-risk and they have a small runner, and you know how the saying goes, you know, the runner always prints the best. The runner always prints the best. Looking like a cat trying to bury. I like that one, Wacker. That's good. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, so you know, if you gain anything from these streams, you know, the one thing that you'll hear me repeating is you know, patience is a position. It is at the end of the day. It's still a position. So if you're sidelined right now, then you're waiting for the short. You know, chasing the long here, it's going to be kind of frustrating. But there is an ample opportunity for everybody. It was posted publicly on the 26th, and then there's in-depth conversation for the few that are in here that are inside of VIP with me. You guys can attest to, you know, what I share and the detail that I go into on ETH, Clo, Orca, River, you name it, all various different coins that are out there. And some of you guys are trading some that I'm not even in. I think Boy was trading DX. Scissors was trading. Oh, you're silent. Got it. Oh, damn. It's all good. Just notate this, right? Like you're a great technical analysis. You got great analysis, Kimberly. So you had the right bias, but you got a analysis paralysis on that one. Didn't want to pull the trigger, and then that happens. There's nothing wrong with that. But just notate it. You know, this is where the risk management comes into play, which I know you have good risk management. But like I said, you're a good trader. You have good analysis, so stick to it. Believe in yourself. You guys can do me a small favor. If you're enjoying this stream though so far, you're getting good information from the technical analysis, whether it be ETH, BTC, USDT. Please do me a favor. Smash the like button. Definitely helps the channel altogether. And it gives me the feedback that you guys are enjoying these things. It gives me the momentum to keep doing those things. So small pullback right now, but they've been trapping, man. They've been trapping on these lower time frames. Yeah, let's look at sweeps. I mean, I got the sweep candles that are on, but I'm going to throw on a separate sweep indicator. Let's go to a 5-minute. So one sweep. So that's only one. I really want to see at least 2 to 3 of those. So 1690s is going to be the ideal area. 1670, 1690, right? PRZ, price reversal zone. So let's play around with this idea. Everything's swept so far, so okay. PM session start? Yeah, PM session's about to start. That's why it's reading none. Okay. Let's just say this was a 3, even though it didn't go the full distance. Let's just say that it was a 3. And I could be jumping ahead here, so give it a little bit of grace. Well, that's fine. I'll do it that way. That's wait. Did I do that right? Okay. Wait. There. I need you on you, and then I need another one here because I need to get the upside for B. And what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to see if there's a an ABC that's going to develop here. I got a lot of noise on that, so I'm going to remove some of that. Don't want you, don't want you. I'm not really interested in you. I mean, to be honest with you, yeah, I don't want that either. I don't want that. That might be too much. That's too much. Definitely don't need you. Don't need you. I'll leave you there just in case, and I'll leave you there just in case too. All right, so let's move. I know it's getting a little cluttered. I know it's getting a little messy, but there's a method to my madness. So what if this was 3 and then we're going into a 4, which I'm going to give that a grain of salt. I can usually get a B that's higher. And then, you know, get a 3 somewhere here. But the problem is, or the thing that we need to observe, like if this just keeps going and keeps going, then this ABC is invalidated. It's not a true ABC, which means wave 3 was just never done. Which that's what we're, or at least that's what I'm looking at right now, saying, okay, I don't think 3 is fully done just yet. Because right now they're trapping. We can see the traps that they're setting right here. There's a first initial trap right here. Somebody got liquidated on that. You know, shorting that, and then boop. And they could be doing the exact same thing right here again. It's not really a rising 3. It's kind of like a rising 3 pattern. Your rising 3, you know, you'll have your body, your large candle, and then you're gonna have, let's try to do that one more time, Saint. Then you'll have, you know, candle in there. Let's copy pink. Pink. Something like that. Right? It almost looks like it's trying to form a flag, but then it retraces a little bit deeper than flag levels. And then you're going to get a move to the upside. That's going to look like that. So that's kind of like what you're looking at right now. It's not, you don't necessarily have the 3 that are here, but that's why I'm showing you. It's like, it's kind of giving those vibes, a rising 3 vibe. Because if I measure this, that looks like it's almost equal in height. Yeah, see, it's almost equal in height. So what does this look like? Yeah, we'll go from that basis. Let's just say that it does come down to these levels. What's the next one? Yeah. Yeah. And in rising 3s or falling 3s, whichever, they're predominantly trapping inside there. That's why I was saying, I was like, these look like traps. You know, obviously people that want lower, I don't disagree with them. I just think their timing is going to be a little bit off. It's literally the first day of the month. And from my perspective, me personally, what I wanted to see is I wanted to see monthly open with a downside move. That was the ideal move for me, because usually what happens later on in the month or later on inside of a session, whether it be, you know, 4 hour or a weekly, a daily, a monthly, whatever, you start to see the opposite of that move later on during that session. So monthly open to the upside gives me concern, saying, okay, well, chances are as we go through the month of July, we're coming right back down to these areas. 1503 and possibly even lower. Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate you, Potter. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And you guys always feel free to ask questions, you know, during these streams, things that I can help, expand upon, things that you may be struggling with. Typically, we've done our crypto Thursdays publicly inside of our server, but just seeing that I'm streaming more often, you can kind of take that and put it into these streams and ask those questions. I have no problem teaching in that regard, and or sharing, ideas, things like that. Need some water. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. I'm back. Fast moves, huh? Soul. I'll do soul over here. Actually, let me save this idea just so I don't lose it later. I don't have that many ideas. That's okay. I had soul at 75. I don't think soul's wave C is done, which it's going to develop into a wave 1. Yeah, same idea. Nothing's changed on that. I don't think the wave C is done yet. Yeah, because you have a complex wave inside of here. It may be difficult to see this. I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, and then you're gonna break out to the upside, so you have a complex wave inside there. Where's this? What was this? I don't need this anymore. That was just something I was playing with. That's the idea, and I think I mapped this from a higher time frame. Not higher time frame, swing points. That's what I would like to see. This subwave right over here. Yeah, you get intermediate. See how like it's so tightly wound inside here? That's compression. That's compression. Because you're not losing the lows. You have higher lows. And then you have higher highs. So definitely bullish on Sol short-term wise. I'm really focused on what occurs here at that level. As a matter of fact, we're going to set an alarm for that area. Set an alarm for, let's go a little bit like front run it. Let's go to 86. So when I get to 86, I can start making some decisions. That's how I would treat Sol. That idea hasn't changed. I believe this is actually stemmed on a daily. Yeah. We had this on a daily. I'll take the heat maps off and I'll just add it back again to the stream section so you guys have it for future reference. What's the other one? Verified. There we go. All right, that's that one. That was Sol. I don't know any of those coins, bro, but I'll look at them. Yeah, for this week I'm gonna start the challenge on a short when I get to these levels. I'm already currently long now, so I'm just maintaining my long. In the event that I come right back down and I don't reach my short levels, then I'll start my challenge on a long. I just mapped it here, not that level. I'm just showing you. Like I would map it from, you know, I would probably start my long challenge somewhere around here, leaving the door open for these. But right now I want to see these, and then I would short that. That's where I'm going to be starting it from there. I'll go back to the other coins that you were talking about. Yeah, I'm all crypto though, bro. So I don't have any. I genuinely don't have any thoughts on those or opinion on these. All crypto, my friend. All crypto. Remember, we got a short week, you know, in the month started in the middle of the week. So in thesis, it's a short week. That's where I'm getting at. Next week, we get our first official week of the new month. There, I proposed a question for you guys. I'll pin it there. I'm going to take a look at the scanner. Actually, I don't need to go in there. I can come over to where I have them. Shout out to Scissors, man. He's been trading a whole bunch of different pairs. He's been a man on a mission. And he's been trading several different coins off of the scanner. Good to give him a follow within the community. All right, so you came a little bit lower. Okay. And you came a little bit lower. I don't know where A is going to be, so this is why I'm making the adjustments to it. Let's come over to the scanner real quick. I want to see. My goodness. Yo, we have so many scans. $2,100 scans, bro. 2,100 scans. Holy cannoli. Since the 19th of June, we've had 2,100 scans. Some of y'all are crazy. 2,100 scans. Okay, let's look for some grades. $11:44 this morning. Velvet came onto the scanner. It got graded with a B. We got a long one that came up for virtual. I'm gonna take a look at that. What time was that at? That was at 11:18. So that was roughly about an hour ago. That's not too long ago. Okay, let's look at that real quick. Virtual? Can I even trade that on Bitunix or Blofin? I sure can. Bro. Oh, okay. Okay, you got some data. So what is the scanner calling for? Scanner's calling for 0.55, 0.568. Okay. So basically it's telling me to start longing inside this zone. Do I want to do that? Yeah, kind of makes sense. Okay. Give me a small little pullback. What was my invalidation? Was 5.2. Okay, so you probably already invalidated. Yeah, because you went to 5.9. So I'll take the invalidation and I'll look for the long at the invalidation. Let me see if I can get into this zone right over here. I'm going to set an alarm for 0.4952. That's on virtual. And 625. So this would be most likely a little scalpy poo inside that zone. Let's look at it from a 3-minute then. Dang it. Yeah, I need a pullback. Yeah, I may have went a little bit too aggressive on that. We're gonna adjust that. I'm gonna bring you into right around here. 5168. Yeah, that works. All right, what else came up on my scanner for me? There was another one. It was Velvet. Yeah, it was Velvet. I need to do two things. I need to add this to my list so when it starts dinging, I know what I'm looking for. All right. Use your brain, Velvet. Sheesh. Oh, please tell me okay, a short came on that. Okay. Damn, did I miss that completely? What was the short entry on that? 1.3959, 1.40. Ah, okay. 1.576 invalidation. This is daily. Okay. So I would have took it out of invalidation. Damn, that's such an impulse. Shoot. I'll do it this way. I don't know where this A is at, but I'm gonna mark it this way. Let's go full fib. Let's just make the assumption that was the bottom of that. Let's scooch this over. I would like to get into that 88. Yeah, so this is where I won't necessarily agree with my scanner. I would prefer that level. Yeah, I like this little pocket right in here. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that. I mean, once I get into these areas, I'm in price discovery again too. So let's see if I can get a sign of weakness that sits over here. I'm most likely going to get a zigzag. I'm like 95% sure I'm going to get a zigzag from that. Oh my gosh. Yep. 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 I mean, that's obvious. So if they, I would get stopped out there, but I would re-enter. I would definitely. I'm looking at this right over here. Very thin liquidity there, so I'm looking at that. All right. Let's look at a backup here. Subject to change. I'm adding these into the stream section of the server, so if you guys ever need to refer back to them. I'm gonna set an alarm inside here as well too. Let's go with a 618. Does that put me inside? Yeah, let's go with the 618. I wanna start observing it once we start getting to that level. So 1.829, I want to start observing in that area. So what I'm showing you right now, you know, although the scanner is providing me with an opportunity, it has its viewpoints because it's mainly looking at smart money concepts. So it's looking for break of structures. It's looking for change of characters, things of that nature. And then it's going to look for alignment on a 4-hour, 1 hour, 15-minute, and a 5-minute. So it's looking for all those. My job is to look at this information and then make my assessment based off of what I see as a trader, not based off of what a scanner is going to be providing for me. Right? Because although it's using smart money concepts, and I still utilize that because it's going to be based on price action, excuse me, I still need to do my due diligence and make the assessment saying, okay, well, I prefer these targets more. Scanner can be 100% accurate in saying this is the entry level and it goes to the full TP. Then I just miss it. I miss it. I'm not going to fight it in that regard. But my whole point behind that is that the scanner is just going to provide that opportunity. It's literally coming to your desk and saying, hey, take a look at this. There's an opportunity that's there. And then you make your assessment. This is how I make my assessment utilizing the scanner. So I'll come at them, look at them, make my analysis, set my alarms, walk away. Somebody asked me about wild. Everybody's trading wild. I don't know why. Hang on, I need to add Velvet to the list real quick, so when it goes off I'm not sitting there scrambling looking for it. All right, now we can go to wild. Sheesh. Was daily? One, did you go lower? I can't see that. Yeah, so you went lower. Yep, I'll see you at 88, bro. I'll see you at 88. Actually, let's back up a little bit. Oh yeah, I got a nice let's delete that. I have a nice scallop that developed. Okay, so I'm gonna look at wild for a long. I'm really gonna be looking for deeper pullbacks. So let's go with a wave 2. And let's structure it like that. Let's flip that over. I don't need that. I don't need that. And I don't need that. I'm literally looking at these. I got thin liquidity that sits there. So this thing may even go to like a 0.98, bro. I'll start off at 95. Let's increase that. Hold on, I need to take a peek at something. What did you do? Okay, so you just moving sideways. Okay. Oh, so wait. Oh no, you went lower again. Okay, but there was a swing there. Okay. So, all right. So give me my B. Give me my B, which would be my finish of 3, and then the C would be the bottom of my 4, which would put me over here. So you'll probably give me a zigzag. So I could probably get my B over here. I know I'm doing two things. This is the power of being ADD. I get it. Oh my goodness gracious. All right. You're going to be a miner. You're fine. Let's go ahead and just thicken you up just a little bit so it's a little bit more visible. And we're going to color you red so we can see it. All right, let's go back to wild. So then let's go with a 3. I got all this space over here, so I would love to see a nice impulse on that. Let's go from here to here. We need to turn you green, and we need to turn you red, and let's go ahead and just increase that, and let's put you on the right side. All right, and let's move you over. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Let's look at a fib zone. This is probably going to help me a little bit here. Let's go from here to here. So compression, 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 compression. Probably won't get there until I probably get somewhere over here. So we'll use all of that. Let's bring this over so that I want to get all of the 3 zone inside there. So somewhere like right there. That works. I want to kind of see what happens in that pocket right there. So we need to wait for 2 to develop to give us confirmation. But we're going to go here. I think this area makes a little bit more sense. So let's just go, let's say 95. Let's go. Bro, this has the potential to do that. Yeah. 3, 4, and then 5. I don't know where these are at. I'm not going to mark these off yet. I want to wait for 2 to develop first, and then we'll go from there. But that's kind of what I'm looking at for wild. This would be my play, my setup. And the stop loss is going to be tight because you're going to be inside of a price discovery for all-time low. So it would be a tight stop loss. I'm not going to give it that much room to breathe. That's what that would look like for me. That would be my first TP inside this zone, because I don't know if it's going to fall short there, but that's where I would be looking for TPing my next one. So throw this in there, and I'm going to add a note that it's to be determined. All right. So Soul is in there, Virtual's in there, Velvet's in there, Wild is in there. What are we doing over here? ETH. Okay. Good job. Good job, ETH. All right. I have to use the restroom. We'll be right back. Grass? I'll go back to grass at some point. What up, Sniper? What's up, big dog? Salute to you, brother. You have the book though, right? All right, I'm back. Did they just stretch? Ooh, you give me a B there? You sure F did. All right. Damn, you mean to tell me that's all you're gonna give me for a 3? Nah. Come on. No. I don't think you're done. I really don't think you're done. I mean, these are a little bit conflicting, but I think I got a little bit more wiggle room inside. All right, grass was another one. I think I already have grass on here. But I have that one under Blofin, so I'm gonna go to Bitunix and pull it from there. I used to trade grass heavily like 2 years ago. I actually like the project. I genuinely do like the project. Very similar, very similar to Wild. So when did you hit all-time low? In February? Okay. But you got all this space, man. I don't think my one has developed. And sideways movement. Yeah, we really got to just kind of wait on where grass is going to go. For starters, I think we come back and fill in some of this area. I mean, you can find a micro wave in there and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you got an ABC, and then you got a 1, 2, no, then you got a 1, 2, then 3, 4, deep 4, and then you're inside of 5. So let's go with an extension real quick. Let's see what I can extend to, because I don't think 5's done. I don't think truncation is there. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. And then that would give me my full 1. And then I can get my 1. And then I can get my 2, 3, 4, and then 5. And then I'm getting inside this fair value gap. So I'm going to set some alarms a little bit early so we can start viewing it. I'm going to go, what was that? 7076. 7076, so let's just call it that. And I'd be looking for shorts on that. That's a little risky. It is, because where the distribution level is going to be over here. Typically what you really want to look for is look for the sweep. But the problem is that would mean that my 5th wave. How did I do that over there? 1, 2, yeah. Yeah, I can't get to here. I can't, because then my wave would be invalidated. So I'm running the risk of doing it here. Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to do that. That's what I meant to do. Move this over. That's how I would run it, and not going that low. I'm gonna measure a 2 from there, and I'm gonna go here and make the assumption that 2 is done here. Let's flip this over so I can get a TP target. I don't need the flat levels. I need the sharp levels. Take that off. Take that off. I'm gonna take that off. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like that. Let's go ahead and increase that. Let's go with yellow, and let's go with green. I don't really want that. I'm going to take this off just because it could be confusing. There we go, grass. That's what I'm gonna look at for grass. Did I set my alarm? I did set my alarm, okay. And then wherever that wave 2 is gonna be at, I would definitely long it, an aggressive long on that. So once I get into my wave 2, then I'm gonna long it into a wave 3. What is potential for wave 3? Yeah, sweep that. I'm gonna take the 2.618. That's what I'm gonna go for. You know, same thing like wild. You know, tight stop loss on that, and that's what I'm targeting. I'll update that inside the server. All right, so grass is there, wild is there, velvet's there, virtual's there, soul's there, and obviously ETH is there. I'm gonna take a break, bro, in the sense of trading all these different coins. I literally just gave you guys like 5 different setups. Yeah. What the hell? Yeah, you're not done yet. Damn, if you come flat, then that changes. Are you gonna come to flat? Yeah, because we did put flat on the map for us. I mean, a front ran a fib zone by like a couple dollars, but that's okay because remember, when you're using fib levels are not absolute. They're just gonna give you an area. They're gonna give you an area to work with. I need to fix this, and I need to fix this. If we can get that shark pattern, boy, oh boy. Oh, and that's interesting too. That's interesting too. Damn, I feel like that should be a little bit higher though. I have an alarm at the 1670. We need to start observing here. I mean, I feel like we would probably start getting some breaks here in this area, maybe a small little push down, but that could turn into a trap, and then you get your push into this. That looks inappropriate. Let me redo that. Right? And then you get a push, and then it comes up. All right. I just want to see how this trend line, if it does react in a certain way. We'll come back to this. I'll just minimize this for right now, or I'll hide it for right now. And then uptrend resistance. And we're gonna add you to here, just so you're in there. I don't know why there's repression there. Get rid of that. What are you? Oh yeah, you're the 1570. I don't know why I have ghost feed. I can get rid of that. What are you? I don't even know where you are. All right. To study, what can you suggest to study to predict up and down 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour, 1 day? I would try to look at candle analysis. Start studying candle analysis. There's a great site that's out there. Robert Bukowski, I think his name is, but his website is called thepatternsight.com. He has an entire index in gallery, like with pictures and everything for you to study candles. I still use it to this day because there's hundreds and hundreds of different candles that are out there. His is mainly geared towards crypto, not crypto, sorry, geared towards stocks. Stocks are, you know, a lot slower compared to crypto. But you can start making analysis from there. If you're going to be using 5-minute, 15-minute, and then 1 hour, I would defer to price action, which would be candle analysis. If you're going to go to the daily, then I would defer to lagging indicators such as a DMI or cipher wave. I just shared and pinned inside the VIP yesterday a DMI cheat sheet for you guys and how to utilize it and what you're looking for and what you're reading. So as soon as you're inside there, you'll be able to see that cheat sheet. Current candle close green or red. Well, this current candle that we're in right now, if we're going to use this as an example, I mean, it closed as a bullish engulfing. A bullish engulfing rates like at 71% of the time it's a reversal. So notice that I said that there's a probability, there's a percentage, like 70% plus. You know, there's still 30% that it can become invalidated. So this current candle, if I'm reading candle analysis and I'm looking at a 4 hour here, then I say, okay, well, there's a 70% chance that we've hit a local bottom for the time being, and then we're going to reverse this trend. The trend that I'm referring to is not necessarily this trend. It's more of this trend right over here. So at that point, then I start looking for sweep areas. You know, there was people that were positioned here. I don't know why I did that. Well, let's try that again. There's people that are positioned here, and there's people that are positioned here, and then there's people that are positioned here. So when you start looking at it, you're saying, okay, well, reversal, you know, you might be seeing local tops and local bottoms. When they're referring to local tops and local bottoms, that means that you're still inside of a internal structure. So that's the bottom of it. That's the top of it. Everything else inside of here is internal structure. So all while we're still seeing a bullish engulfing, right? This bullish engulfing, or at least the continuation, would need to break this area for you to get a structure change. You may not see that. You may get into these zones over here, which ultimately it's going to sweep the weekly high, sweep some of these shorts that are sitting inside of this area, which we can see on CoinGlass that there's a good amount of liquidity that sits over there. And then you have your TD9 sequential. So if I'm going to be looking at higher time frames like a daily or a weekly or a monthly, then I'm going to defer to TD9 sequentials. The lowest time frame that I like to utilize TD9 sequentials is usually going to be like a 4 hour. But on the weekly, we have a setup phase change that's inside of this area. So when I have setup phase areas that are going to be coming into play, it's going to test that area. You know, buyers, bulls, whatever, they're going to try to test this area and reclaim this zone. And then you have shorts that are going to be sitting inside this area trying to push the price right back down into those zones. And that's on a weekly. But if the fight comes and, you know, we're just kind of sitting here inside of this area, then next week rolls around and then we get a push, then we know that buyers reclaim this zone. So in short, lower time frames, study candle analysis, candle patterns, things of that nature. Mid time frames to higher time frames, utilize a DMI because that's going to help you with your trend. Cipher wave is also going to help you with your trend. These are lagging indicators. So if you want to pair that with something that is real time, like volume, if you want to start diving into volume dynamics, because sometimes that can be a little confusing for some individuals. Not that they can't comprehend it, just volume is a beast on its own. But if you need something that's fast and not a lagging indicator, this is where TD9 sequential comes into play. TD9 sequential is going to give you a blend of candle analysis and trend. So you get a mixture of both that you can apply in higher time frames. Hopefully that makes sense. But that's what I would study. All of this, everything that I just mentioned is inside of VIP. So there's full breakdowns and tutorials on how to use TD9 sequentials. There's written context on how to use TD9 sequentials, how to use DMI, how to do candle analysis, how to do price action, how to hunt for liquidity. Like all this has already been stepped out for you guys inside VIP. And to go a step further, not overkill, we have a library full of like, I think I have like 170 some odd books. Actually, I'll tell you right now how many books that we have. They're all free. It's on every single strategy that's out there you could possibly think of. I think it was 176. Pulling it up now. 188 books. I'm sorry. It's 188 books. So inside, right, these are all the books that you'll have access to. You can look at it from this perspective, you know, find the books that are in there. If you want to do it based on categories, risk management, technical analysis, all the books that are associated to that, trading strategies, things that are for Forex, for crypto. You want to read about someone who's a great trader, you know, about journaling, you name it. You can filter it if you're looking for something specific. And if there's not a book that's in there, you can just put a request and we'll add the book that's in there. If there's a specific author, see, this is Thomas Bukowski. I have his books that are in there. He actually has several books that are in there. And see, these are all the books that are in there. John Bollinger for Bollinger Band strategy. So this is going to take you through a path, right? So this is where I would start if you like to read and consume knowledge from that perspective. Like this is going to take you down that path and which books are associated during that path. So if you're in that, on that journey where like, hey, I need to tighten up my mindset, I need to tighten up my trading psychology, you'll find all the books that are in here that are associated to that. So all of this is inside VIP. All of you guys would have access to that inside of the server. Yeah, man, one-stop shop is really the way that me and the mods have, you know, put in time and effort in trying to design it for you guys, whether it be, you know, education, free education, things of that nature, whether it be classes for education, tools such as liquidation maps, pulling up charts, scanners, pulling up different coins and opportunities. All that's literally inside of a server. So I always recommend it, individuals like go and explore and look around the server. Like 9 times out of 10, the information that you're looking for is probably already there. And if it's not there, we're more than happy to add it to it. The libraries in VIP. The VIP section is created twofold. One, it's created for those individuals who actually want to become better at trading and want to share ideas and be around those individuals that are trying to push themselves higher. That's first and foremost. That's why that area is carved out. 2, VIP is carved out for those individuals that want to show support for the server by utilizing our referral links. That's why they're granted in there. That's why they get a little bit more, I wouldn't say spoon feeding, but they get a little bit more love. I'll just call it what it is. You know, I have people that come into our server quite often that are literally just asking, what's your entry? What's your TP? What's your stop loss? There's never ever a chart that's provided. There's never in-depth questions asking like, what is the strategy? Does this make sense? So forth and so on. So that section is there, and I'm not taking that section away. I just don't dive into those conversations because my position here in creating the Liquidity Citadel is to provide value to traders. Some of you guys have been with me for several years. You guys have been with me through my journey in different servers that I've been in. And the vast majority of them in the conversations, it's just entry and TP, entry, TP, stop loss, entry, TP, stop loss. And while that may be okay, what happens when that individual, or for example, of me, if I'm not in that server, then I really didn't bring any value to you. In that context, and the way that I've been raised as a young man, the same way that I raise my children, the same conversation I have with anybody, like your net worth, what your value is in the world is contingent on how much value you bring to other people. So if you find yourself that you're a broke individual or you struggle to make money, chances are it has nothing to do with what you're learning. It has to do with internal, like what are you actually giving back to people? Or because that's going to be a reflection of your value. And so that's why it's inside VIP, and this is why it's not public. And those that are inside VIP, you guys get access to my indicators that I utilize. Like I said, you guys have tutorials for them. So just our way of, giving love back. And these are the same tools that you guys see me use on my stream. Literally every single time I stream, every time I put up a chart, you'll see the different indicators that I'm utilizing. Right now, VIP, at least for the founders role, you guys have access to the Liquidity suite, Liquidity Citadel suites. And then for those that have requested it, you guys have access to these sessions. So those that are part of the founding side of things, they'll have access to those indicators, and any future indicators that I come up with and design or receive on request that could help the community in itself, then you guys will have access to those. Those are lifetime access. All of the indicators that we make, go back over here. Probably be a better way of doing it this way. They're all here. So there's literally like 16 different ones that are on here, and we're continuously adding more to them. And for whatever reason, if you're like, well, I can't get to that page on TradingView, because sometimes TradingView does that, no worries, because on, what do you call it? Our site, all that information is there as well too, which you'll find right over here. So even if you're not partaking inside of VIP, for whatever reason, whatever your reasonings are behind that, you can just come over to our command. Excuse me. It's under system. My apologies. Right. And it outlines everything that we include that's here. So these are tools that come with coaching. These are things that people will have access to. Some of the tools that I just mentioned to you just now, like for example, the Liquidity suite that comes with the founders, and then sessions, which is right over here, comes into it. But on our site, it gives you a full breakdown. And someone may ask, like, well, what's your strategy? What do we use? That's what we use. And then obviously the terminals inside of here. There's scanners in here. Scanner has its own dedicated page, full breakdowns of all the different scans that are out there. And then inside the terminal, you can see all the different bubbles, on which ones you want to be utilizing, which ones you want to start following. You can open up the chart from there. If it doesn't have an actual coin that it can point to, it's just going to give you the blank page. You just type it in manually and you'll find it that way. And then there's additional information that's in here. So plenty of tools for everybody to become better traders altogether. But I'll digress. I don't share that stuff to impress not one of you guys, just more so impress upon what you have access to. Take advantage. Everybody likes free. I like free too. So it's all there for you. Remember that 1609 area we were talking about? Let's go back to that 3 minute. Let's see how, oh, shut up, I didn't mean to do that. Let's see how that's developing. So it gave me an 88. I'm aware of that. It's not going to give me these, not going to give me this, not going to give me that, it's not going to give me that. So now I'm getting into flat levels. I already took the 1.13. And so, well, once I start seeing levels getting violated, I just remove them. Not adding to my long or anything of that nature. Just, I have no interest. Just hold it. That's kind of where I'm at. And I'm waiting for the short. I'm waiting for the short to develop, and then I can get into that. You're scalping, but scalping in which direction? Scalping long? No, you're very welcome. All right, I can even find something small here. See, I would constitute that as a B, and then we come down, right? Like if I was going to go for another bullish setup, B could be here. We come back and revisit. I don't really need this anymore. I didn't go the full distance. There's just noise on my chart right now, so I don't need that. And so I don't know where this is developing. This might be a zigzag. I'm on Orca. Give us what we're looking for. Give the people what they're looking for. Just got to be careful here if you're looking for trying to build a long on that. I wouldn't say that you're wrong. It's just be careful. You got a high lower high here, lower high right here, and you're running kind of hot here. You're running warm. You know, this is an idea of hot. That's really what you're looking for. And we haven't had a true cooldown since we were down here at 1503. So just be careful with your longs if you're longing from this zone. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. I'm giving you advice saying just be careful with them. Look at USDT. What is USDT? Yeah, see, the USDT is still floating inside this area, man. The setup phase is on a 1 right now. You can barely see it. I can see it on my side, but there's a 1 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember I was saying before, like, it's going to come back and try to test this area again. 9.089. Is that an ascending? That looks like an ascending. Or maybe it's a wedge. Maybe it's a... Yeah, it's kind of wedgy. Wedgy. I heard that out loud after I said it. USDT's got a wedgie. Go and pick it. Pick that wedgie. I mean, I would go more ascending. Yeah, I would go more ascending. More than a wedge. I mean, same difference. Okay, they're up or down. Sheesh. That would hurt. That would hurt. Longs at least. But shoot, if I can get that short, once it prints from here, I can get to here and then make a decision if I'm going to cut. So I need you to come down here first. I need you to come down to this area first. See if I can enter into a short on ETH. Then come back to this area. Then I can make a decision if I'm going to read long or add to my long. Because if this thing breaks out to the upside, oh my gosh, is ETH going to die? What's the downside look like if that were to go? Because I need to get to the apex. So 80% of the apex. Yeah, that's 80%. So you should be right around. Fudge. Please don't go that way. Come this way, please. Please. We're asking nicely. We're asking nicely. Shave bottom on the 13-minute. Getting tired there, huh? Got tired real quick. PM session should be here in the next 15 minutes. At least it's gonna start printing. They're just getting ready. Don't get old. You hit your knee, it feels like someone just took a sledgehammer to it. You guys like the new stream overlay? From what we had before? I'm hoping you guys like it. New York Open just showing now. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. It means I'm gay. No. These are the heat maps that are on here. It's part of my TD9 sequential setup. So when the market starts heating up or when it starts cooling down, it's going to give me a temperature. Lower time frames, lower time frames, it got pretty hot, at least on the 3 minute. Let's go to the 30 minute, okay? Because I like sessions on 30 minutes in here. So let's take sessions off for a second just so there's less noise. So when it starts getting hot like this is where you get a cool down. Ah, wow, that looks inappropriate. So you start getting a cool down, and then this is where really what you're looking for. That means the market's cooled. Right now it's running hot again. And so it may come down and give us another cool down, or it'll continue to heat up to get into these areas. But it pairs with my TD9 sequential. So that's how it works. And that's one overlay, and then we have another one for the smart candles. This is what VIP has. So then you have smart candles that overlap it. So green is bullish, purple is bearish, and then yellow is range. And these are based on volume. So I have two different ones that I'm running with. This gives me a wider range to view, right? It's almost like using these right here, Heikin-Ashi candles. It's like utilizing those, but just a little bit more data on them. So I can see, bearish trend really all through here. Started to find weakness in here. This is why you get the range. And then you get a higher low that sits here, moves into bullish run. Again, another higher low, and you get another bullish run right here. Those are the smart candles. Smart candles has tons of tools that are on there. You can look at liquidity sweeps. if you actually want to have the labels that are on there. But if you have the smart candles on, what it's going to do, if you don't want to have the labels, is that candle will turn white if it's a sweep. See? You'll start seeing the sweep labels. You don't need to have it on there. You start seeing those. You can see liquidity levels. So buy side liquidity, sell side liquidity. If you want to have a dashboard, instead of having all this stuff open, you have your dashboard right here, and it shows you where the price action magnet is going to be. Right now it's giving a long score. Basically it's ready for longs, or longs are going to be more favored. That's a better way of putting it. So 1637 and then 1564. Right. And then you can do setup zones, where it's automatically going to start printing setup zones for you. See? It'll start taking longs in there, start showing you where your TPs are going to be at. Stop loss moves with it. So it becomes a trailing stop for you if you start utilizing it this way. So let's say you entered here and then you set your stop loss initially here. It's basically showing you to start moving your stop loss as a trailing stop. So it's giving you this range right over here. And then TPs are going to be 1 weekly high, sweeping liquidity, sweeping liquidity. I know this stuff, just from trading. I mean, I personally designed this, so I know this stuff. That's why you don't see me having it on all the time. But that's really what you're looking for. I'll leave liquidity on there. See, sell side liquidity, sell side liquidity, sell side liquidity. Buy side liquidity is the TP. Buy side liquidity is the TP. Buy side liquidity is the TP. Damn, that would have been a good ad. I didn't add, but so you're giving me a flat, which is fine. Let's go ahead and start making our adjustments. So then basically 4 is done. 3 was done here. We're probably going to move into a 5. I need to confirm if 3 is actually done though. But that looks like 3 is done. We're just going to remove this for right now, just because we can always come back if it decides to come back down to this area. So ABC, okay, flat level, makes sense. Let's go to a... Damn, I don't know how I'm going to get to that 5 from here, man. That's... That's the only way if I have an advanced wave. That's the only way if I have an advanced wave. Still puts me in that area, so I'm comfortable with that. Actually, no, that's a lie. That's more suited. Can I still get a pattern out of that? Damn, I want 1690. That's gonna give me a zone. It's still valid. Yeah, I'm moving everything back. Still gonna leave that there. I'm still going to run with the same thesis. Because I could be very, very wrong and say, well, yeah, sure, you may have a small little subwave in ABC, but what if this 3 just wasn't done? Because if this thing goes gangbusters and gets all the way up to like these areas, if we have like another impulse into that, and then give me signs of weakness right over here. Patience is a position. Patience is a position. These indicators are on the paid side of indicators. So it comes with the coaching. So if there's coaching that you're interested in and you want to utilize the indicators, because with the coaching, these indicators are what come with it. It's the full suite. So you get everything that's provided that's inside of here. What you're looking at for the heat map, it's going to be this one right over here. So that comes with the coaching. It's a 90-day program. I'm very picky as far as the students that I work with, to be 100% honest with you. They're not for signals, they're to grow you. Yes, we'll have signals together. Yes, we'll be running some private sessions and private challenges together, 100%. But the idea is to grow you as a trader. And then all those indicators, including the heat map and all that stuff, that's going to be included inside of it. And then anything that I add going forward, indicator wise, then I just add you to it. There's no upcharge or anything of that nature for any future indicators or any revisions or anything of that nature. But if that's something you're even interested in, just DM me and I'll walk you through it. Yeah, we're running a campaign on Bitunix right now. I'll read it to you. There's a campaign on Blofin and Bitunix. Blofin right now is giving 20% cash back, or for any deposit that you make. They'll give it to you within 3 days, and they're not gonna slow poke it where they're just gonna give you small little increments each day. No, they'll give you the full 20% on the third day. For for Bitunix, excuse me. You deposit at least 100 in Bitunix, you'll get a VIP 2. The deposit reward, receive futures bonuses for your net transfer. The deposit bonus only for users who register during the campaign. So your first $100, you'll receive $20 USDT. 500, you'll receive $80 USDT. Plus the 20, excuse me. So you'll get a 100 on top of that. So it moves in tiers. If you deposit 1,000, you'll get a total of 200 USDT. You deposit 2,000, you get 200 USDT. Trading volume wise, if you do 100K in volume, you'll get a futures bonus of $10, $300, $30, $550. If you're doing, I think what most people are doing, like in your example, you're doing 500K in USDT in volume, you'll get a $50 USDT bonus. I'll post this inside of the Bitunix area, so it has a little bit more details for you guys, so you guys can see what I'm referring to. I already shared the campaign and event link, so if you guys are registered for it, then it's there. But let me go ahead and post that inside of the Bitunix channel. If I can actually find the Bitunix channel, there you go. Okay, that's inside the Bitunix channel, so if you guys want to peruse that. So this is a way for you guys to get more capital and have lower trading fees. Blofin's pretty cheap. I'm not gonna front, they're pretty cheap, but so is Bitunix. Blofin is just not doing a futures bonus campaign over volume, things like that. It's just going to be based off of deposits. L-Bank is still an option that's there for you guys. They're just not doing any campaigns for us at the time being. Or at least we don't have any active campaigns. That's the best way of putting that. And I don't benefit from that, guys, just as an FYI. The purpose is for me to build relationships and partnerships with these exchanges so that you guys, the community, get discounts, get rewards, things of that nature. This is what part of the reason why the VIP section is carved out inside the server. It's to reward those individuals. And just adding a note to VIP, there are bots inside of our server that periodically checks UIDs and their current portfolio. It's to prevent people from trying to take advantage of the system where they just get VIP because they want the education content or they want some type of indicator and then they withdraw. So what happens is that the system automatically removes them from the VIP. Now there's a difference. If someone was trading and then they got liquidated or they had a heavy loss, sure, the system may remove them, but then that's when you reach out and like, yeah, I just had a major loss. That's all that happened. And then we'll be able to verify that and keep you inside of VIP. But sometimes I've seen that in the past because it's occurred here inside of the server. People will just take VIP just to get the benefits of it, and then they withdraw. And so individuals that are gamifying it, they run the risk of not only just losing VIP and losing indicators, but they also run the risk of having access inside the server. So 3 minutes running a 7 right now. Yeah, give a little weight to that. I like this formation though. I really do like this. I mean, it's not in the ideal area of where I would like it, but we do have, this is a scallop. There's a scallop that's there. We got 7s on the 13. Let's go to a 1 hour. Just get a little bit of a read. Yeah, see, we got these right here. So really want to see a decent squeeze. Temperature wise, this is hot. This is running warm. So it has room to run hot inside of these areas. I don't think PM session is going to give it to us. We may get it during the start of Asia. Not at least when cash markets open, but like right around like 5:30 inside that time frame, 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. I could be wrong. I'm fine with being wrong in that regard. Sorry if you had to hear that. I gotta get my newts in for the day. Oh. Boring part of the day, really. Yeah, let's look at some liquidity. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so much below 1640. Yeah, that's weekly high. Yeah, I actually might be coming to that level that I was doing earlier. I may get front ran on that. $16.54. One of those buy side liquidity there. Let's go to a 7-day real quick. Yeah, so take that. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna stick to it. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. 1577. I would suck. Yeah. And that's what? That's 6, 8. It's 12 hours. Jeez. I got a 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, so 1612. Okay. I can vibe with that. Yeah, we'll just do crossing down. Where's my wave B? There you are. Hiding from me. Oh, that looks so much cleaner. Gosh, that looks so much cleaner. Oh, that was good. That was good. Jeez, could you imagine if we got up here? Boy, oh boy. You know, when I look at this 12-hour, that 3-minute looks very dangerous for short, to be honest with you. I'm still gonna observe it. I'm still prepared to short it. I'm just thinking out loud, just because, you know, forget patterns, forget LA waves, things like that. Just look at how markets move, right? Like I've mentioned this before. You know, when we start getting these little pockets inside here, price likes to come and fill in those areas. So we had an uprise right over here, and then this down move kind of filled in all this area. So remember, going back to internal structure, we were talking about these areas earlier. This is what it's going to have to break it. So if we get signs of weakness inside of here, inside those areas, we just need to see the breakdown and weakness. What I don't want to see is I don't want to see it come up to, let's just say 1716, you know, bounces off of here for a little bit, comes back down, and then comes right back up, and then starts targeting this, because that's definitely going to hurt the short. And from a sequential count perspective, this is printing a 1. This will be done in 6 hours. So the next candle is 100% going to test this 1612, and possibly maybe even a little bit lower, maybe come down into these areas. It's going to try to change the setup phase, and I can just see a candle get into here, and maybe the 2 prints, and then that would be what, 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be different. What does that put me at? 1569. And then big massive pull to there. I don't know if that would happen, but what I do know is that I'm going to test this 100%, and wherever that 2 goes, most likely looking at scalps. I don't think you're going to find swing shorts on that. Ooh, did not mean to do that. I'm going to buy side liquidity that sits right over there. I'm constantly checking my work. What's at 1741, man? Look at that. Because if we're looking at the liquidations from the previous month, because now it's the first month, look at that. Was that 17? So there's a gap from here to here, 1736. That's just the bottom though, so 1778. There's a lot to collect there. I think my recommendation would be take the first move. Take the first move. If you get a lower high, then allow that to build your confidence. But if it sweeps, if you take 1695, or like I'll say not you. If I take 1695 and then it sweeps 1695, I'm good. I'm good. Because I think I'm going to impulse to these areas. I think somebody longed earlier in that 3 minute. Yeah, somebody caught that over here. Oh, let's see how this thing can develop. Where are you wrong, Saint? You're wrong because 3's not done. And that's giving you the illusion that this was a 4. And then you're going to go into a 5 over here. Because, I mean, a healthy 3, really, like a healthy 3. I mean, that's a healthy 3. It's fudge. I mean, it's okay. Well, my stop loss is relatively tight, so I'm okay with that. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to open up as a hedge. I'm not going to close my long. I'm just going to open up as a hedge. Yeah, because higher time frame, weekly. That's the wrong one. I didn't mean to do that. We're reviewing it from over here. Blind you with the whiteness. Yeah, right there. We gotta stick to that. That's cleaner. It's easier to view. That's easier to view. Yeah, man, I closed this one too, man. I'll see you on the way back down. Yeah, I'll come back for you. What the hell? Because these alts can move so aggressive, man. But let's just start small. Literally almost the exact same setup as ETH lower time frame, but that's on a 4 hour. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for STG to come down. I think STG is gonna have some good potential down the road. Same thing with Clo. I mean, I would love to get back into Clo. Ooh, hello. Ask and you shall receive. I'm gonna do it this way because honestly tired of looking at Orca on my chart. I set alarms for all these setups that we went over today. You guys just, keep note of it. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to be trading it personally. I'm just putting the idea that's out there. If it warrants a trade, I'm like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to get into it. I'll let you guys know that I'm getting into it. Damn, man, Clo has so much potential. But you know what? I'm just gonna wait on this thing. Oh, you're goading me. You want me to go. You want me to long you, don't you? Let's use our brain here. Let's go with... See, that's going to be a subwave though, right? And this wave count is so difficult. So then where's... You're not my one. They're just... Can't be my one. I think I've looked at you as being my one, but you can't be my one. Alright, let's just say that's my one that just developed, okay. Right back. I don't know, man. Look, Clo goes so hard. Because I'm just looking at how it runs. The characteristics of this thing, like down, sideways, then boom, boom, boom. Like it's aggressive. And I don't think it's going to change that characteristic. What does it look like if I go lower though? Can actually get a real freaking pattern out of that if that's the case. Yeah, see, that won't work. I got all this. And I need my 3 to go higher so my 5 can go higher. Or probably elongate it. You'll probably be short. The thing is, you don't have a history of pumping and then moving sideways. You pump and then you dump. You pump and then you dump. I mean, you have a little bit of a sideways movement right here. So maybe I can see something like that. Let me get a 5 in there real quick. Tighter stop loss because it invalidates the count. It doesn't necessarily invalidate the pattern, but I don't know how deep this would go. All right, so I'd look for a new entry if it did something like that. Just based on this setup, that's how I would be looking at it. Most of the patterns look the same because most alts are in the same type of situation. Damn, did that just happen? Oh, that was at 4 o'clock in the morning. Damn, you want to hold a 3.5? Woof. Mm. And you know what's crazy? I was long from 1.49, I think it was. And then I cut it. Once I had my initial push, I just cut it. Not because I didn't believe in the move, because I was actually just going to bed and I didn't want to babysit it. I just cut it. That's crazy. Yeah. Do I have an alarm? Where's my alarm? Yeah, that's fine. So I'll start getting alerts right before I get to these levels. Did you test that or no? Oh, you're coming to test it. Wait, did you test it? No, this was our initial drop, no? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's our initial drop. It hasn't come in and tested this yet. I don't expect that to happen for at least like another 5 more hours. Excuse me. I think you guys are good in the sense of setup. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 if you can include the short and the long for grass. But there's nine setups that are there. You guys can take a look at. That don't look good for ETH. At least not on the lower time frames. It's alright though. Yeah, if you took those entries on this right over here, I think it was like an invitation to take aggressive TPs. Like a scalp. I think somebody was mentioning scalping it. Gonna give me another subwave. Bring me right back to here. Well, I can't come down lower here because then I would surpass 2. The only way that works is if I get a 98 on that. Let's go 95 for right now. Where's 95? Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Damn, that would be deep. Damn, this is gonna take a long time to develop. I'd like to be wrong on that. I'd like to see my 3 here. And give me my 5 somewhere over here. Give me my 4 somewhere here. But how much larger is that? I think that's too large. No, not really. Not if I can shorten that. If I can shorten that. No, I don't need that. What am I doing? I don't need that. Damn, you went flat. So if you went flat, you could be even more flat. So the only way that works. Trying to figure out how I'm going to get here. That's what I'm looking at. Gotta redo that. I think that's too long. I like that. I forgot how to spell. I'm retarded. What's in between? What level is this? Hmm. It's just a 2? You're just a 2. I can bring this down a hair. Still gonna look for the liquidity though. My goodness, this is on a 3-minute. This is all my build up into 1670. Mm-mm-mm. Alrighty. Solid run. I liked it. I mean, we got all the ideas that are out there, right? It's first day of the month. Maybe some entries didn't come to our levels, but at least we have the map. I think that's the most important part, developing the structure for our setups instead of, just popping onto a stream and just like, hey, everybody start longing, everyone starts shorting, like whatever the case may be. Like we have our structure. Essentially, we don't have our liquidity event that hasn't occurred just yet. Our liquidity levels are going to start beginning roughly, honestly, around like 1654 through 1670, and then higher where you see those DCA marks that I have. That's when our liquidation events start to begin. So again, we have structure waiting for the liquidity event to occur. Invalidation, we can see invalidation for this setup, if in the event that we're going to come back down here in July, is going to be right around 1705, or at least slightly right above that. And then execution levels, which kind of lines up with where I marked off the DCAs. So the strategy for me is SLIE, right? Structure, liquidity, invalidation, and execution. What we covered today on all various coins for, I think we did 9 pairs today. We can see where our structure lies. Majority of this is going to be based off of the lower time frame because we're looking for faster action. The higher time frame setups are still strong. They're still relevant. They're still holding weight. Let's put some of this stuff away so that way we are so we're all on the same page. Where is this? Okay. What is this? Okay. Bro, hold on. Excuse me. Where are you? And where are you? How did you guys get in there? I didn't put you in there. I literally just made you. You're gonna go over here. Actually, that's wrong too. Yeah, you actually are gonna go in here. Though okay. So let's just make sure we have that correctly. All right, cool. And we're gonna hide this for, remember, we're gonna say we're gonna hide that. We don't need that right now. So just getting back to it, like we have the structure. We don't have a liquidity event that has occurred yet. We just haven't. Sure, on sessions we've swept some of previous Asia in New York and London highs, things of that nature, but we haven't had like a true liquidation level for the PRZ. PRZ stands for price reversal zone. So we haven't had one of those events. We need that event to occur to give weight to this structure. This is something I'll be observing on lower time frames, obviously, and then we still have the 12-hour, and I don't know why this is showing on a 3-minute, but it should only be visible on this time frame. Let's try that again. All right. Yeah, so we still have this over here. I think we're looking at 12-hour. Yeah, it was 12-hour over here. 12 hours a little sexier. For lack of better terminology, a little sexier. I say all that to say this. You know, you guys asked for some decent coins. Had some good questions today. I highly appreciate that. Again, if you guys got any type of good feedback from this stream, learned something, you're able to catch a setup, watch it developed, things of that nature. All that I ask is, you know, not only just share the video, if you will, but leaving a comment, leaving a like. It definitely helps the channel a whole lot. So that's my small favor to you guys in regards to these streams. We ran for roughly about 4 hours today, which is great. I'm really trying to stay within that 3 to 4 hour range as far as when I'm doing my streams. I'm going to be inside of the server, continuing having this dialogue as far as the setup. So if there's any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I know there's a select few of you guys that I need to set up for VIP, so I will be handling that for you guys before the day is over with. Outside of that, please be safe. That's all I can ask in regards to these trades. Remember, it's still the first of the month, so there's a lot that can develop inside of this month. July is a very important month to establish where that bottom is going to be. So we're still observing that. We have plenty of days. We have 30 more days before we can actually confirm that we've reached the bottom or where that short-term top is going to be. If you did take some trades today, be profitable while you're in those trades. Don't get greedy. Like I said, as I've just mentioned before, there's a lot of room that can develop that's inside of that. But other than that, and outside of that, if no one's told you today, let me be the first person to remind you that Jesus loves you. I love you, and I appreciate your time that you spent with me today. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I will be streaming again tomorrow, and I will be streaming again on Friday. So we're going to be picking up our streams going through the course of this week, considering that the first 2 days were relatively flat end of month. So we should see a little bit more activity going into our streams the later part of the week. I'll catch you guys soon. God